It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom like pilgrims from Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning, sir. How are we doing?
Good, man. It looks like you made some good time.
Been good?
Yeah.
Worked out good? I'm at the courthouse.
Tommy's back.
We're here.
Yeah. Exciting day today. Hopefully, after yesterday's evisceration of Kerry Roberts, that was incredible work by
That was amazing.
Yeah.
And Mike,
Really well.
Mike,
Yeah.
she lied to the grand jury, Mike.
I know, but like everybody's, all the content creators, it's really coming down to Norfolk County, and we don't care. Legit, like they don't care.
Not even a little bit.
Nope.
Not even a little bit, Mike.
Nope. No, sir.
Haven't we been screaming that for a long time?
We have, dude. They don't care. If that was Joe Q Public,
Oh,
with
forget it.
Yeah, you'd be done, dude. You'd be done. And I'm watching Turtle Boy. He's saying that half the stuff that Kerry Roberts has in text messages didn't even come out.
I can only imagine that.
Yeah, he
Right?
says he's like they left so much out, and I don't know if it's tied to, because I guess the way I took it is that a lot of the texts from Kerry Roberts to, let's just call it the DA's office, like Tully,
Yeah.
was about trying to shut Turtle Boy up. Yes. That's why.
How'd that work out for you, Kerry?
That's why I think Betterow was going to be the cross on this one. But
Bingo.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Oh, 100%, man.
Right. Read between the lines on that one.
So, Mike, yeah. I got some new hardware.
Okay.
Let me show you what we got.
Is it in your zipper, or is it just your regular?
No, that's a little different. That's software. Check this out.
Awesome. Oh, yeah.
It's that gimbal.
Look at you getting all high tech.
Not bad, huh? But better yet, Mike.
Yo.
Mike.
What's that? That's a wireless?
We have a brand new wireless system. It's a system.
So was it microphone?
Microphone, bud.
Oh, thank goodness.
So, I have two phones. I was going to run the second phone with the wireless mic and see how it works out versus this one.
Right.
Let you guys choose that.
Right.
But we'll mess with that later. So I'll get this here now. What's on the docket for today, bud?
Well, you got Whitley back on the stand for the finish up of the cross. Right?
Yep.
Then I have no idea. Like, I don't know who's calling next. You know what I mean? So that's just, it's just, you don't know with these guys. maybe it's a little key. I don't know, but it seems like he's trying to get everybody. I don't know how. I don't know why the order is the order is. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like I have no clue as to who's going to be called next. As of last year, you could get a sense of just the orders of firefighters. First
Right.
responders. Right.
Yeah, first, second, third.
Right.
All right, can move this here.
Right. And I was talking with Flip on the phone right before he came on. Right.
Yep.
He made an awesome point.
Of course he did.
He tweeted about it, and I haven't seen the tweet, but what he says makes total sense.
Okay.
Why in 2022 are they concerned about the Google searches when it didn't come out until 2023?
All right, time out. Let me understand that again. Why in
2022, right? She testifies.
2022?
Right?
Yeah, back at the grand jury, she testified.
She's talking about Google this, Google that, right?
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
The 227 search doesn't come out till 2023.
And she's talking Google in 2022?
Correct.
Why?
Who knows? Flip put it out there. He picked.
All right, so let's think about that. No, he's right. But
yeah,
if that's the case, they knew about that Google search before anyone else knew about the Google search. If that's the case.
That's right. Before it popped up on the
anything.
Celebrate. Yep.
Right. How is that possible, Mike? Of course I know. We can't tell people what we know. Jesus Christ.
Lucas, you're right, because they didn't release the information to know about the phone extraction once they did their stories change. You're right. Exactly right. So the
they had the extraction. Wait a minute, they had the extraction before anyone else?
The police did.
And then they knew about it and then they hid it?
Yep.
Wow.
In 2022.
That's almost as bad as lying on the stand.
So they didn't mention anything about that in the grand jury in 2022. Lally didn't, when he knew it was there. Garino never found it or whatever. You want to tell what happened? Never saw it. Never told anybody about it.
Never found, never told, never saw.
But Jen knew about it, obviously, but she kind of knew it was going to get covered up. And they want to make sure that the 630 ones come into play because it happened in the backseat. And
at the code that didn't happen.
And so Karen's telling them to Google that, at 6:30 in the morning, but they can't. Alan Jackson pinned her down yesterday, but where did it happen? You're outside of the car the whole time. You're never in the back seats together. So what are you talking about? But why? But the question to me is, why are they doing that? Why
to get ahead of what though? What are they trying to get ahead of?
The Google search at 227. Try to get in front of it. That's what I'm thinking, man.
Well, that works, but that's seriously deep, Mike. That's so deep. That's not even funny. That deep.
Well, that helps them indict her on man too. Murder too.
True. Yep. You
know what I mean? Because she's now.
And that's why they rearrested her.
That's right.
They made it work. What asshole!
Kerry Roberts had a lot to do with it, getting her arrested a second time. Yep. And then what Turtle Boy might have alluded to, and this is the way I took it. He never said this, but this is what I think.
Yeah.
Those texts that they weren't talked about had to do with shutting Turtle Boy up in 2022.
Well, I can absolutely see that, Mike. We know those emails exist.
Right.
And look at what they did to the guy.
Yep.
Threw him in jail for 60 days. I wish I could, it's just me, I guess. To deprive someone of that right, that's pretty big. And in the academy, they taught you, it was really, really big that you're going to take someone's rights away from them. You better be friggin' right.
It's crazy, dude. Crazy.
Nice little standout already here. Got some people.
Yeah, they're there till 8 o'clock, anyways, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Aiden last night, FYI, some of the best stuff about Kerry was not mentioned. And I'll find out
Morning.
why.
How are you?
Oh, they're gonna love you, Tom. Was that Hot Wheels?
No.
All right. Not a bad day out there, bro.
The sun's out.
Yeah.
Not raining out.
Yeah.
Not 30 below zero. We're good.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Jeff Machado.
Yeah, Jess is there already?
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Jess is early. Jess is up there already. And it's not like
Jess is going to be doing a show on Wednesday nights with Brian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Kind of
think so.
weird.
I think that's what I read.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Nice day though. What time's Michael getting there? 8?
When?
Is Mike getting there at 8?
Mike who?
From serving
Oh,
justice?
I don't know. Yeah, he's supposed to be here.
All right.
I just don't know where he is yet.
All right. Hey, were you ever able to get that piece of paper printed out?
No, because I think my buddy right there. Let me go ask him.
Who? Oh. You want to put it up? You want to put it
Yeah.
down?
All right. So let me just ask. Hold on a second, Mike.
Yeah. Tommy's talking to Mike Hartman, I think. Yeah. You there? You're upside down.
Oh yeah. I have exhausted my right to ask him a question.
Okay.
So that's just like
I know what that means. But flip it around. At least he was polite to you.
no, he wasn't.
Oh, really? All right.
Really.
That sucks.
Yep. And I'm glad he recorded me. That's like awesome.
Oh, he put you on body cam?
Oh yeah.
What, you didn't even get a chance to get the question out?
Mike was beautiful. It was a
You
beautiful thing.
didn't get a chance to even ask him the question?
Nope.
Oh man, wow.
It was cool. It was nice. It was yeah.
So he doesn't have any
Mike.
idea what's going on. What?
Mike. Someone's got to FOIA that body cam footage. I'll have to do that. I don't know when. But the way that he acted, I went to ask him a question. And I have exhausted the questions. Or any question. Put it that way.
Okay.
exhausted.
That's interesting.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't know how that happens, but I guess it can.
Right. Oh man. I was wondering, like, if you were just to show them the piece of paper, but we'll get
It,
around.
no, 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 no.
Right. Right.
Wow. And it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't even like.
You couldn't even get the words out of your mouth.
No, not even like. And he didn't do anything. He didn't say anything till I hit mute.
Yeah. Oh, Tommy's gone.
Hey, Neil. Morning, how are you, sir? Good, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. Nice dog. Pretty dog. Oh, look at that color. That's
Hey,
a
so
nice pepper. What's up?
no free Karen Reed signs at all, huh?
No American flags. I don't see anything.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going in. That's a good idea, well. Then you'll know that you're thinking about it. Yeah, right.
Dizzy. I would absolutely love to do that. Yes. Dizzy, absolutely more than happy to do that.
Did you just read that from the mod?
Yep. Yep.
So
I
is
bet-
that for you? Or, is that for you or for me?
I think me.
All right, cool. I
I
didn't know.
just saw it. So
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
I haven't talked to him. I hope he's okay. That's all, right?
Well, I wonder if he's driving up this morning from Connecticut.
Well, I hope he's okay, so.
Right. Yeah.
And again, right? Think of the driving. He would have to, Mike, that's a what? 2-hour drive,
Yeah.
right?
Without,
To get
without
here,
traffic. Yep. Without traffic. All
to
right.
get here.
Tommy, Dizzy just emailed you the link. Okay.
Thank you, Dizzy.
And Mike says Michael will catch up with you when he arrives. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. No rush. I'm not going anywhere.
And Dizzy's in the chat. She says, yeah, he's driving this morning. So,
Yeah, no rush.
you know,
I've got this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, just think of it this, Mike, he drive 2 hours to come up here, right?
Yeah.
To not even be able to talk to these guys and ask them a question, right? Morning. And then they're gonna kick us out. We can't even hang around after.
That's interesting. You can't, so there's no more standing at the buffer zone.
No, so they took us from the stairs,
Yeah.
the bottom of the stairs, to roped off stairs, to the buffer zone, to the extended buffer zone, and now they're saying you can't hang around. You have to go. You can't hang around the buffer zone. There's no hanging around. Go home. That's exactly what happened. You give them an inch, give them an inch, give them an inch, they keep going. So
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that's the deal. So Michael would have to drive to from Connecticut 2 hours to get yelled at by this cop to not be able to go down to the buffer zone and talk to people. And you have to go home. What reality are we living in, bud?
I can't even tell you where I can what this compares in my mind, where I've never seen anybody try to shut down a protest on public property. I mean, if this was like a college or something like that, it'd be a shit show.
Too bad the colleges weren't involved in this, huh? Get the college kids up here. Cops are on bikes already.
Can you believe Kerry Roberts was on goddamn Good Morning America yesterday?
Yeah. Good morning. I saw a tweet from Nan. It said Jen McCabe called Kerry Roberts good morning before she testified and said good luck.
I know.
Man,
What do you
you're right. You're gonna need it.
what do you need good luck for if you're just gonna tell the truth?
Oh no, she's gonna need the luck. You know, she doesn't. I don't, Mike. Do you think she's ever gonna be brought on charges for lying to the grand jury?
I don't. I mean, I. Tom, we're watching like bizarro world when it comes to court ethics and
And you
perjury.
can't even go down the street on a skateboard.
Yeah, I can't even drive. So here they are talking about
Oh, high crime, Mike. High
yeah,
crime.
perjury on the stand, but yet you can't even ride a skateboard or drive down the sidewalk. It's fucking crazy.
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it, Mike?
Welcome to fucking North Korea.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't either,
I
bro.
wish I could. I got nothing for you, though, but
People at home must be. People in the chat are probably like, "Wow, wow."
so
Because
like
we're just wild. We live here and we've seen it all, but now we just keep
right,
on seeing more and more and more and more.
and it doesn't
You know?
stop, right?
No,
And it's
no,
something else, and it's something else.
right. It's like where's the like the order for like now you're like what are you soliciting or you're what do they call it loitering now down
Yes,
there? Is that what they call it?
yes,
Loitering?
yeah, loitering. I
Wow.
don't, I don't, I don't. Well, I know why, but yeah, I don't get it.
And here's the other thing that got picked up yesterday that I recognized too is that when Kerry Roberts said that she knew that the O'Keefes didn't have a 4-wheel drive, that's why
Yes,
she went there. That's why she went there. But Mrs. O'Keefe goes onto the stand and says, I don't know why Kerry's coming. We both have 4-wheel drives. Just so you know.
yeah. Why was that? Why does she need? Again, they needed to control the situation,
Right.
right?
Right.
And you know, the more I think about it, Mike, right? The
Right.
more that I do believe that they were actually stalling, and that's why Karen was
I
getting
just
so
so
frustrated and angry because they were stalling for time, and she was panicking. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You know what I mean?
right.
That's what I believe, Mike.
I'll check it out, Martin. I'll check that out. Thanks, man. Equestrian, good morning. I know we started a little early this morning because we wanted to get in front of the courthouse. Some people are asking about it. We deliver. When asked to, we deliver.
And then I went over to Mr. Hardman this morning to ask him a question, and he
And
jumped out, and all your questions are exhausted.
that
I didn't
is
know. I didn't know
crazy.
I had a bank of questions.
Well, maybe when Michael gets there, he can ask it.
So I don't know if Michael's questions are exhausted either. I mean, I can't even phone a friend on this one, guy.
Oh my god! I wonder if Bao is still in jail.
Yeah, they
They sectioned
they
him.
hold him for a egg eval.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I don't know.
He may like Massachusetts more than he thinks. He just doesn't know it yet.
He's getting 3 hots in a cot, right?
He's no doubt. And he get a little more than that, I think.
Uh,
Can you imagine these people as therapists going in talking to him? What? What do you mean? What do you mean she didn't do it?
he's completely caught off guard. Completely caught off guard.
All right, Mike. So let me get this. Let me get this hooked up. I'm gonna try the microphone. Okay, we'll
All right,
play with that. How's that?
all right, man.
So
Okay, so the same people in the chat saying he was released. Maureen, he's saying Bao was released. Okay.
oh, good, good.
Well, I'm just making sure. She said he released, but I'm not sure if that meant. Yeah, we couldn't even ask Hartman a question. Yep. A. Thomas from Tennessee. Thank you, buddy. Cherry, welcome to the chat. Yeah, so Bao got out yesterday morning. Okay, thank you.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Bao. He was the guy that got arrested the other day. Everybody's picking up their shit and leaving.
well, I mean, welcome to Massachusetts, right?
Look at that one there. 100 kids for Karen. That's cool. Good for her. Get the young ones out there. It's school vacation week, right? I feel like we take one step forward. We get Rafferty out of office, and then we get this going on. You know, we can't do anything.
Listen, we got Helena gone,
Yeah.
right? We got John Conley gone,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yep.
two. That's two, right?
Yeah.
Working on three. And now, like that. Like the
You're gonna be up
pecan
so
death march. Everyone's walking to the end of the buffer zone.
7:59. You got to go, right?
Yep.
This is nuts.
Yep. And the cops are right there to make sure we comply.
Can't get over this stuff, man.
And these are the people, Mike, again, these are the people that are the reason we're down here.
Yeah.
Aiden said he wanted it. There's your list, bud.
All right, man. Got it.
Prison benefits. What's that? Like legit.
Watch yourself.
Prison benefits. You think they'll get a ticket?
Who knows, dude? Take that guy's press pass, will you?
Can I see that for a second? The press pass. Can I see that real quick? Is that Massachusetts? Is that? I just want to look at it real quick. The picture's not on it. Okay. Oh, it is on the other side. Okay.
Is it a Massachusetts one?
I know you. How you been? Great, man. Good to see you.
See his press
Always
pass.
a pleasure. Hey, where's your press pass? Do you have a press pass?
No, just
Just a universal one?
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, see that news? Yeah, I need one of them.
This right here.
Yeah.
I can find out where they get it from.
Would you please?
The state police, I think.
Oh, great. That's a funny joke, right?
I'll find it out, though.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, definitely.
I've been trying,
All right.
and it's just,
They give you the runaround.
they didn't even give me that, man. I mean, the reach around to be better. You know what's going on. It's a state. It goes to one office in some building. I don't know.
I asked my guy, send you some information.
Yeah, would you?
Definitely. Does.
Cool. Hey, be safe. Be healthy, my friend. Prayers to your family, bud.
Interesting, huh? State
Yeah.
police get one. That's interesting.
They're involved in it, Mike.
So you mean to tell me that the state police have control of the media? Huh. Okay.
No. Funny, Mike. State police have control over the media.
I should say that they get who gets a pass to be there, right?
Legitimate pass.
That's fucked up.
It is.
That is really fucked up. No,
Hey,
he
listen.
wasn't joking, Sarah. No. They got control. I can't believe that the state police are the ones controlling those trespasses.
And by the way, that leaf blower, you hear it?
No,
You can't hear that leaf blower down the street there?
no, I can't now. But my ears are all jammed up.
You hear that now?
No, I can't talk.
Freaking
No.
loud.
I believe you.
I can't see the chat, so if anyone sent a super chat or anything like that, I haven't read it. I'm sorry.
No, nothing yet, buddy.
If you want to send me an email, it's CPUTOM, Charlie Papa under TOM at Gmail. What else? Oh, please like and subscribe while you're here. This house here is the most beautiful house I've ever seen. Not, I wouldn't say it, but this house is definitely up there.
Oh,
How many
wow.
rooms does this house have, Mike?
Oh, wow, dude.
Mike, the
Beautiful.
carriage house is bigger than people's houses. It's a carriage house in the back.
Wow.
It's massive,
That's huge, dude. That's beautiful, man.
isn't it?
That's back from the 1700s.
That's just a beautiful house.
I lived in an old house one time. It's not fun. A lot of
No.
sunny windows
Creaky.
don't.
Yeah.
It's different.
The wood frames and stuff to kind of get to wiggle them down and never get warm. Been there.
Oh no, had to shut half the house. It was crazy. Didn't like it at all.
What else? Like, subscribe, thumbs up. What else, Mike?
Become a
Oh.
member, dude.
Oh, listen.
What?
I think I have 2 shirts left. And there's a way that all people got to do is put something in the chat and they'll get entered to the raffle for free. So all you got to do is put like FKR in the chat or something like that.
Right.
And they'll automatically get entered into that wheel. You know that wheel?
Yeah.
And then we can freaking spin it.
Right.
How's that?
I like it, man. Get your
I'm gonna play with the microphone for a second here. Hold on.
Celtics won again last night. Oh, all right. Guess who was at the game last night, Tommy?
Who?
McLovin.
Really?
Yeah.
Mike,
Yeah.
who's Nick Lovett?
Oh, yeah. He's from the movie Superbad.
Who is he?
Yeah, he's from a movie called Superbad, and he's just a funny dude. Yeah, he was in the stands. He was in the stands last night. Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, thank you.
Wait a minute, did he sign a football and throw it up into these stands?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they got a picture of him.
Yeah, I think he was at. I think there was a football. Someone gave him a football, and he signed it, and he threw it up in the stands. I think.
Last night?
Yeah, he had a Sharpie in his hand. Them freaking Sharpies, dude! Look out.
McLovin. Yeah. Yeah, the ID was the best one. When he showed the Hawaiian ID, oh my god, that was funny. Remember they talk about the other guy's mother all the time. Not McLovin's mother, the other mother. Oh fuck. Oh.
Okay. Well, so I'm just waiting for the troopers to come down and tell us to beat it, because we know that's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. So hang tight, people. You're in for a show from freaking the buffer zone.
Do they do that at 9 o'clock? You think?
Yep.
All right.
They come down, say, all right, everyone go home. Get out of here.
Right.
And that in itself is wrong.
It's crazy, dude.
Do you understand? Do you know what I'm saying? Like these
Yeah.
people, Mike, these people come here from all around. There's no reason for them to be telling anyone to go anywhere.
Guys, people are here talking about the Constitution and stuff. It's like, yeah, we're pissed, but we have to do it legally. Like, we can't storm the beach. We can't.
The only way we can do it. That's our thing, though. Like that's it.
Just so you know, the shot you have right now is beautiful. The church in the background like that. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's a great shot.
Right?
Yeah, that's beautiful right there, man. Here we are with the American flags and the church behind us and the courthouse down the street. All this history in this town, and we're getting treated like scrubs, like total scrubs. Like, get out of here. Yeah, good point. Flip just shot me a little note. They're gonna crush Jen McCabe about telling Kerry while making a timeline. That's consciousness of guilt. It makes sense. There's so much stuff coming. It's like fireworks. It's like the first firework that went off. Like the first little, okay, they're starting. You're at the beach, sit down, poof, the first one goes up. It's like 9 o'clock because it's dark out. And then and then the finale is always the best. Right, Sean, right?
And it's only gonna get better, right?
Right.
Wait
Yeah.
till Jen McCabe gets up there. It's over.
I can't do it. I can't even imagine.
Are you kidding me?
I can't even imagine.
Oh no.
What's the matter?
My freaking computer went to sleep.
Oh no.
It's sleeping. I'm offline. Son of a bitch. Oh. Dude, I had this logged in when I was at my house.
So are you gonna go to the cafe?
Yeah, but I can't present anything. That's my freaking problem.
All right.
StreamYard won't let me present.
Can one of our mods do it?
Hold on. I may be able to work around something here. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, what technical difficulties? Well, can it find Wi-Fi, dude? Oh yeah.
I got Wi-Fi.
All right.
It's having access to my PC.
At home?
Yep. My desk. As if I was sitting there.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
All right. Come here, Twitter on this. Come on, baby.
Scott's down there. I'm not sure where he is. I don't know where he is. He might be down with the flag. I haven't seen him in a while either. I don't know. It's kind of I don't want to get into it, but you guys know the deal. It's kind of weird. Just got to go with it. We're gonna do us. And
You there, bud?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, hold on. I gotta jump out and get right back here. So give me a second.
You got it, buddy. Look at Howie Carr going off on fucking Kerry Roberts. Whoa. I know a lot of people that are Democrats never cared for Howie Carr, but they're really getting into him now.
Much better.
What?
You sound so much better now.
Okay.
But I got no video. Why is that?
Yeah, you're frozen. I don't know, man. Tommy, you're the IT guy, dude. Every time you seem to get in that area, things get jammed up. That's all I get to tell you. Now I can hear it. There you go.
And that's what's going to happen right there. I promise you, Mike.
What?
Give me an accident right there.
Well, at least they got the barriers up, man. The other, like last week, they didn't
Yeah,
have those, you
but-
know?
Mike, they're going to crash. Because someone's going to rear end someone and go right into the barriers and take out some people.
Oh, man, stop it with the $200.
Too close. There's too many people. They don't give us any room, Mike. There's no. We're tight.
Yeah.
Like we're
Nan
packed in like sardines.
Nan just sent over 200 for you.
Is she really?
Yeah.
What?
Crazy. Yeah.
That's almost Starlink.
Oh, whatever.
Starlink.
Whatever.
Wow,
Yeah.
Nan. Thank you so much, Nan.
Great show
Wow.
last night, man. Great show last night too, by the way. If you listen to yeah, she's an awesome person. If you're not following her on Twitter, please
Oh God, why wouldn't you?
yeah. Well, some people aren't on Twitter, you know.
Okay. Wow. Man, thank you so much.
She's awesome, man. She's gonna go broke, I think, if she keeps this pace up. Nan, just
Hi,
Nan,
Mike.
if you want, just tell me. I'll put some dough on red or black for you. Let me know. Let me know. You don't have to pay me. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. You shoot me a text this weekend.
So listen, that roulette game, I don't like that very much.
What in that Vegas?
At Foxwoods.
Oh,
They
yeah.
say
Well,
the minimum bet's $30. I'm sorry, $15, right?
yeah.
Well, if you do $15, you can't put, what's this saying? Hold on.
What? What's
All
going
right.
on?
Hold on. Mike, I'm gonna send you a link, okay? We're gonna do this we're gonna do this right here. It's easy.
You gonna send me a link where? And
X.
okay.
X.
What am I gonna do with it?
Yeah, click on it. That's all.
All right.
I'm just a little slow here because like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people are streaming. So
Yeah.
all on the internet. Here we go. And, the thing is, right?
What?
When the internet started, we were happy just sending messages back and forth. Now, we're sending HD video and,
Yeah. So your new mic is not doing very well, by the way. I don't
the
know if
mic
you-
isn't? No.
No, it still sounds like it's cracking. It's FYI. I don't know.
All right. Boom. Check X,
gotta-
right?
I gotta let. Yep. Show my okay. Show my PC. Yeah. What about it?
All right. Where are we?
Do I-
See
do I
it
need to
there?
check-
Oh, wait a minute. You see where it says get it on Google Play? That black button right in the middle? Get it on Google Play? Little arrow?
It says download to the App Store.
Yes.
Hit that one.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Install. Yeah. Hit yes to everything.
Yeah. What's my fucking password? I forgot my password, dude.
Security warning is going to come up. Hit yes.
Hold on.
I agree.
I gotta chip a new password in. Download it now.
What's up?
It's downloading now. Open. Yep.
Yep.
So I'm going to use free user.
Yes.
Okay. Meeting password. That's you.
1, 2. Put CPU TOM. CPU Tom.
CPUTOM. Done. Check password or services unavailable. Is it caps?
Maybe. Or does it have to be 8 letters? Characters?
Well, it just says check password or services unavailable for that you gave me.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me trying to open my end. I'm 88, 90%, 91%, 92. That's the difference on how slow I am. 96, 99. There we go.
I'm on my phone though, dude. I'm not on the computer.
Oh. All right, that makes a difference.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know you want to be on. So you want to get into my computer?
Yes.
You suck. All right, so I need. I don't have any of this stuff.
www.showmypc.com.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. So, is it Azure that does it? AZURE? No. No.
No, but it might. That might be the host of it. Yes.
Okay.
This is what it should look like when you're done. When you come up with the.
Hold on, buddy. I'm not even on the screen yet. I'm just. It's very cool. Generator out. What the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea. What the hell? What the hell? Jesus.
But does the computer let you open it up?
Yeah, I'm getting there, buddy. I'm getting that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I gotta just go to my email now and stuff and all sorts of shit.
All right. That person just came off the road. Why? Where you going? You are. Nope.
I don't know, dude. I can't get it.
All right. Hold on.
Hold on. What are you trying to do?
When court comes on, I'm trying to get so I can put court on the screen. I don't have that ability to present or to show that on the screen.
So none of our mods can do it?
I don't think they have access to my stream now to do it.
eBay.
I was going to log in through your machine to do it. So I bail now. I can maybe make it home to stop the court.
I would. I'll see you.
All right, so you keep talking. I'm gonna start walking.
Yeah,
Ooh, you like that?
What?
Like that idea?
Well, we need to get this stuff figured. Well, I guess you had it figured out.
I did, because my computer went to sleep. I can't go wake it back up unless I'm right there in front of it.
Hey, time out. Shelby says she'll have it on by 9.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, that saves a lot. Thank you, Shelby.
But yeah,
wow.
I think so. Yeah.
We just need to put it on. Once it's on, we're good.
I want to see what happens at 9 o'clock with these people. So.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I apologize, Tom. My computer skills been.
No. Sorry.
I don't want to even use a computer anymore in my life. You know what I mean? I hate it.
Starlink.com. Here we go.
Huh?
Starlink.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the way to go, Tom. You know, I'm just saying. Man,
yeah, it's a lot of money to lay out.
I understand. It's a long trial. We get other things going on afterwards too. But that's a beautiful shot you're going on right there, man. Hey, listen, I won't be on the show tomorrow.
Yeah, you go to Vegas. Something like that.
I'll be in a plane. So if you want to line up a guest for tomorrow, it's just going to be a voir dire for a half day.
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's a half day.
Right.
Yep.
But I'll be en route, and I'll be like in the route to the airport and stuff like that. So if a guest wants to jump on tomorrow and talk about it with you, that's fine. If not, Tom's got it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's easy. It's a half day anyway. So
yeah, can you believe that making the daddies come up for tomorrow? Is that fucked up? And like get him up here by the end of the weekend. By the end of the week, get him up here. Like what? Like it's like the buffer zone. It's like, okay, we're just gonna shut you down with no reason. No one's done anything wrong. Bao gets arrested, right? So maybe that's their thinking. Okay, now we have probable cause. Get rid of everybody here because it's out of control. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Yeah. Oh, I don't think the ARCA. Okay, Nikki, what are you saying, Nick? I don't think the voir dire is tomorrow. One of the ARCA couldn't make it by Friday. Ah, fudge. Yeah, Tom's mic is cracking. I know. We're trying, people. You know, we're trying to upgrade our equipment. You know, every little bit of money that we get through the channel goes right back into the channel. You know, so we're trying to deliver. We're trying to deliver. James Jackson in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Glad you're on board. Crash Daddy.
Yeah, thank everyone who's here, man. You all you guys are heroes. I love you guys all.
Oh, so people in the chat, is tomorrow a full day then? And then Monday's going to be a voir dire?
Pushing them back a day because they couldn't get here, right?
Yeah, one of them couldn't get here. Surprise! Surprise. Hello, Bev. You fucking, what the, come on, crazy. Okay, so tomorrow's still going to be a half day too. Okay, so tomorrow's still going to be a half day. I don't know what's going to happen today, depending on what we get through today. I think today's going to be dynamite. I think you're going to finish up with Whitall, firefighter, and he's still on cross with Jackson. Oh no, Yannetti, right? Yeah, Yannetti finished it up yesterday. I think, wasn't it?
Yep. So
I have no idea. Like, it's like, you want to talk about trial, ambush a trial. Like, you have no idea the order that he's going to do. He's getting away with playing these videos at the end of testimony after the witness has left the box. He's able to play a video before another witness is called.
That's wrong. Yeah, right.
Blowing my mind. Like, and she's gonna make a ruling on it today. You have to think what because where we are, what's going on in the world, what's happening, what's going to happen. In my opinion, just my opinion, that if he gets away with this is an immediate reason for appeal. You can't do like I've never seen where a juror leaves the stand, is walking out, and then he stands up before he calls his next witness and just plays a little tutorial video. Like what is this? What is this, North Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't cross on the video. You're right. I understand that, but the witness is not even in the stand. There's nobody there. How is she allowing this procedure to go through? Is this a normal thing that we've seen in the past? Is there any case law against this? Is there something else we can watch that this actually happened to?
And that's the thing, like everything, even the inverted video that was allowed to be in, right? Even that was a problem. All right.
There's one thing we have to do next week. We have to figure out is that I'm gonna have to be able to figure out how to present stuff, bro. You have to give me access. I'll let you dial in and stuff or whatever. But we ain't that fixed. Like Tom's.
I'm gonna try switch his phone, see if the sound's better.
Temporary restraining order denied. That has gone up on appeal.
That's the protesters who carry the signs against Canoni, but
The
weren't
same.
saying anything.
Yes, we hate Judge C is basically the thrust of their protest. Then the journalist with Tom, CPU, and I, that was the second case filed. We also sought a TRO, and the judge did nothing. Remember, there are 3 cases, 3 judges. The third case, Mr. Delgado, the guy that had his sticker ripped off, separate case. 3 judges, 3 separate cases. So ours in case number 2, we filed a TRO. Judge did nothing. Pocket veto, as I call it. Nothing.
Okay.
So we tried to join in the amicus. I like to say amicus. Sometimes I say amicus. How do you say it?
Amicus.
Like, yeah, it's kind of. I will say it either way because neither one is cemented in my brain is the right way. I'll have to check it out. Anyway, this brief would allow us to tag along with the protest.
Hey, Mike, does it sound better?
Which is now.
It's okay. Yeah.
The federal district court said no. That's on appeal. And then the state, who are the defendants in these cases, filed a motion to stay our case while this one case and the TRO issue is pending. We oppose that. We want to force our judge. It's a woman. I can't remember her name. I apologize. But we want her to do her job and rule. But they're basically sitting back and saying, no, let's follow what happens in case number 1 with the protesters. So we are stayed from doing anything until May 14th. Won't affect what happens on the ground there, but just procedurally, that's where we are. We're not getting any relief until at least May 14th. It could be sooner if the appellate court on the protester case, if they rule before the 14th. The reason that the stay was put in place to May 14th is because briefs are due May 10th. And so they're giving 10 days past the date of the briefings to give that court a chance to come to a decision. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Look down for a little.
Oh, wait a minute.
List.
Well, I think if you get arrested for being in the buffer zone,
Yeah, I don't want
either tomorrow or Friday, right?
I do know that Mark Randazza, our attorney, there was somebody arrested, Boa. Share just one name, I'm not sure. Yes, Boa was arrested. If you haven't seen that video, you should check it out because it's outrageous. Mark Randazza, our attorney, has already suggested the need to amend our complaints if in fact something does happen. And Tom and I are operating in a news gathering capacity. So.
Right.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
I went on Facebook Marketplace to look for Starlink.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, like, I don't know if I can buy it. I don't know if I have to buy it directly from them or not. Do you know what I'm saying? To be activated?
Okay.
So-
maybe it's something we can figure out tonight when you get home.
Well, yeah, I'm checking it out right now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'll have Starlink tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Cause this jumping on and off shit's gotta stop, Mike. I can't do this on and off, on and off, on and off.
no, I know, bro. It's yeah.
And if I have my own connection, right?
Yeah.
I'll be. Oh yeah, yeah. I can have 4 phones connected without an issue. Nope, and it's the upload speed that the kicker. Hey, there's one there flip. Wow.
Did you guys see that?
What?
I'm trying to play Justice Served.
Oh. No, you have
it
to
talking
at the
about the-
bottom.
I did that,
present,
yeah.
Screen share, like
yeah.
this. It doesn't
Yep,
work,
I
right?
did all
Yeah.
that.
See, you don't have. You can share, but it doesn't work. You
All
don't
right,
have-
then.
that's what I'm saying. With yeah, that's
Oh, it was Sharon. Did anybody see that? Oh. Okay. Because there it is, right? Can't
Yeah.
find it.
And then when you go to share on the second tab, it's right
Yeah.
there. You click on it, share screen at the bottom.
We gotcha. All right, man. No biggie. It looks like I don't know if Michael's coming up there today or not, because he was
Yeah,
just
I
doing a
don't think
9-minute.
so.
Yeah. He was just talking about what the times are gonna be. So yeah, it makes sense for him to come up here, if you're not gonna be able to do anything.
A 3-hour drive, bud.
I don't know.
Hour and a half each way.
Right. Yeah.
See, this is crash. That's what I envision. A car coming up, paying attention, crash. Horrible. That's Karen.
Yeah. Oh, she's going by the protest. Oh, good. But she can't even beep. Oh, she did.
Oh, that almost got hit. What are you doing jumping in the car? Look at that lady running. No, you can't do that. You cannot do that. And that's all. That's all you got there, folks.
That's crazy. You heading home?
Yeah, that's a drive-by. That's all we got. Drive-by, Mike.
Wow.
And that's all. That's all you got there.
In the
Oh, I hear it, Mike.
context of federal
Oh, that was me. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it.
I'm sending it to you. It's just like a little video of what's going on. It's like a 3-minute video of Justice Served about what's happening with the TROs, and
Yeah,
if you want to play it later.
yeah. I like them a lot. They're good people.
Yeah, they have the best interest out for journalists for sure, man. You know?
They're doing it. That's the thing, is they're doing it. They're not talking about it. They're doing it.
And Attorney Rendoza, can't thank you enough, buddy.
What a guy.
Can't thank you enough, you know?
What a guy.
Yep. So what are you doing now? You gonna shut your camera up and walk to your car? Are you out of the buffer zone?
No, I'll walk. I'll leave it on. See what happens.
Are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
Why
How am
take
I
the-
gonna do this?
why-
I'm gonna walk. I'll take the back roads. Take the streets in the back.
Why even take it? Yeah, why even take a chance? Don't
I'm
even
gonna go
give them
this
the
way.
yeah,
So
and leave. Get out of there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow, dude,
Oh, it's a good day for a detail.
making some money,
Doing good.
guys. Hit that like and subscribe for us, will you please? Does wonders for our algorithm.
The algorithms.
Algos.
Yeah, you guys, everybody that's in here, I can't thank you guys enough. I really appreciate everybody watching.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm kind of getting sick of hearing the snide remarks anyway. You know, it's just not right. How are you, my dear? Wonderful, thank you. How was your Easter? Good. It was good. Yeah. Hi, Pop. Oh, the good boy. Who's good? Just hanging out, chilling out. Your dogs do that, Mike? They just hang out like
What?
that? They just hang
No.
dogs hang in the front yard, no?
Yeah, I mean, they will. If at the beach, they chill.
Oh, all right. Do they like the water?
One does, one doesn't.
Okay. What's the dog that was in Jaws?
The dog, it was a lab, wasn't it?
Yeah, boy, what was his name?
Oh, Jesus.
Tippet.
I don't know. Huh?
Tippet. Tippet.
Tippet. Oh, because he
Tippet.
was because of the frisbee. He tipped the frisbee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Dog no more.
It was a little snacky snack.
Oh,
That's what
Mike, you're a
that-
fan. Hold on a second. Say hi to Mike.
Yo, yo.
Get closer to you. Mike, how you doing? She says.
I'm doing good. Hello.
Oh, you did it the other way.
Yeah. So there you go. She comes and she hangs out in the buffer zone.
Yep.
You come a lot. Been a long supporter for Karen.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this? What is this buffer zone versus last year's buffer zone?
Ridiculous.
Isn't it?
Stupid. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for
Think
it.
it's a little overkill.
Totally overkill.
Why would they? You think they're protecting like their own, maybe to keep us away, just so that they don't think that they're corrupt?
Yeah, and I think the Smurfs are too lazy to come and park far away. And
Yeah, and it's
stand
no
far away.
no
Yeah.
counter protesters
Yeah.
really. That's weird. And I thought they wanted justice for John, right? That's what I thought they were saying. Listen, be safe. Enjoy the day. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, Mike. We don't see anybody saying justice for John out there, right? Except
No.
can't read
Nope.
people. That's it.
Yep. But we both realize it's got to go through Karen.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why we get Karen's back, man.
Yep. There's no
Let me tell you-
other way. It has
And
to.
I tell you what though, if it was anybody else that didn't have the support or the money or the resources or the intelligence or the family or whatever, this would have been long gone and over with, and there'd be nothing. Someone would have been put away for whatever amount of time and have been washed under the rug just like how they wanted it, and everybody's life would have continued on, except for
Yep.
John's.
Imagine that. And how many times has it happened already?
I know. It's sickening. It really is sickening. It's like that How to Fix a Drug Scandal show, you know, like, I don't know. There you go. What are you doing?
Better?
Yeah?
There we go.
I'm looking at you though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, the feeling on the ground is chilling, Mike.
Completely different, dude.
It really
thank-
is. Like right now, I'm afraid
Yeah.
to walk to my car.
Yeah,
In the buffer zone.
yeah. I'm with you, bro. I feel the same way about it, man.
Hardman, no questions for you. You've expelled all
Yeah.
your questions.
Right. I wonder if he realized he must know now that he's getting sued, right? Yeah.
Maybe. He had nothing to say to me. Yep. That is a police officer who I never wished to be. That type of guy.
Yeah, like how do you become that? Like you're supposed to be a peace officer, like
He's-
you know, and
Like
help
he's
people out.
jaded or something. Like he can't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
he can't even
yeah.
answer a question.
Right.
I have
Totally
a
agree with
simple
you.
Question.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
nice dog. Hi, Papa.
Yep. I agree with that, Tom. You're right on the money though. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. You know, maybe the guy needs a day off. I don't know.
A day. He should work for Canton. He'd get paid. If that's the case.
I'm still trying to figure out how we have 1,400 plus employees in the town of Canton.
Yeah. Oh, those no-show jobs are pretty good, Mike.
I'm telling you, man. Someone up. I'm not feeling good.
Yeah.
All right, go see Dr. Rice down at Good
Yep.
Smith. He's gonna sign off on your benefits. See you later.
Oh, you got stresses written all over your face. You can't
Right.
work like that.
No, Jesus, that's a really. I mean, let's look at Kate McLaughlin. Just take care of her instance. She goes down there. She complains about she's stressed out, PTSD now or PSD now, and she signs off on it. It goes through the state. She's getting everything. He might be the one that calls in and says, like, I can't testify again. I can't do that. And where is Katie McLaughlin in that video in the morning? Yesterday.
She knew everything, didn't she?
Yeah, but she wasn't in any of those. She wasn't in any of those dash cam videos with Karen, with Jen McCabe, with Nuttall, with Flamate, and Kerry. You never saw Katie McLaughlin. So where did she hear Karen say it and when?
Exactly, right? When?
When? Because she allegedly already said it when Nuttall was there. Where's Katie McLaughlin? Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting because they're hearing it at different timelines, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Locking him down, to lock Nuttall down. So it was 6:14 or 6:07 when you heard and the prayer never happened. So where did Katie McLaughlin hear her say that? That's going to be a bombshell.
Yeah. Mike, you got a pen in front of you?
Of course, Tommy. I'm a professional.
You write this down, will you? 617
Yeah. What?
742
What is it?
617
Yeah.
742
Yeah.
5533.
Okay.
Cool.
Get out of there.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking of who's going to testify and when, right? So we have a voir dire coming
On Monday.
and then back to the witnesses.
Yeah. They're going to probably testify the same day if they get allowed in or the next day. You know what I mean? That's what Bev said she was going to do. I'd be awful surprised. I mean, obviously the prosecution's calling the witnesses, so that's interesting. That's interesting that they're going to make them come up twice again because it's more of the prosecution witnesses coming up, so they're not going to be calling Aka. Brennan's not going to want Aka to come in, so they're going to voir dire them, see if they're allowed in officially, and then they'll be called by the defense when they get the turn for direct.
Okay.
So they have to come back twice. They're going to have to come back twice.
How much money is that in just airfare alone?
What so 4 times, so up back. So
It was the same day ticket.
I would say like it's going to cost them $5,000 in airlines. $1,250 a round.
Money, dude.
Yeah, 12. They get a flight business. It's $1,250 round trip. It's only from Pennsylvania, but it's only from Pennsylvania.
Mike, whatever happened to this like online stuff?
Remember, they said they actually asked them if you wanted to do it by Zoom, and she said no. Bev said no. Bev said no to Zoom.
Well,
that's just a money grab, dude. It's a money grab.
That don't make no sense to me.
Nothing makes sense to me.
They tell that guy just get here now. Like
right. No, it wasn't get here. I need them here this week.
Now. Right.
Okay. Queen of the queens. Like Jesus. I mean, imagine having that much juice, dude. That's juice.
Yeah.
Fucking juice.
Yep.
Unfeathered,
Imagine
unchecked.
that, people. And they could put someone away from murder.
Yep.
Like they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Unchecked juice. Drives me crazy.
Well, I think we're doing the best we can, Mike, right?
I appreciate you driving up there and showing people what's going on, because we're trying to
Yeah.
explain to them yesterday. There's really you can't get anything. You can't. Nope.
But like we saw Karen for what? 3
We
seconds.
saw a car. You know. But I'll hand it to the protesters. I'll hand it to the peaceful protesters. They're going. They're still showing up. You know.
Peaceful.
I'll give them that.
They're supporters. Like we're not even protesting anything. That's what the screwed up part. It's not like we're pro Karen Reed, right?
Right.
So we're supporting her. We're not. It's not like the Vietnam protests. It's just not. And the cops have done a great job at stopping us, Mike.
Oh yeah. Well, look, they outnumber the people protesting. If you would have put a body count with all the Dedham and state police there, they outnumber the amount of people standing on that corner. Without a doubt.
What is it that Aiden says? What does Aiden say all the time? They have the guns and the badges.
That's right.
They win. There's nothing you can do. And they're all bad.
And now they control, it looks to me like they control some of the media press passes in the state.
So if they don't write something positive towards the state police, you think they get their press pass revoked?
Probably not, Tom.
They have that type of power?
I would only be speculating.
Right? That's your job. That's your job.
I'd be speculating.
Right, they have the power to take it away.
Tom, great question though, is to call the state police media and ask them about ask them what it takes to get a press pass, and just see what kind of answer we get. I don't know.
That's a good, yeah.
You know, what do we need to have a press?
He did say to state police. He did, and it does have the police logos on the badge, Mike.
Yes, sir. I saw that. So it's interesting to know that, right?
Wow, they control the media, but they don't control Aiden. And what do? They lock his ass up. Wow. And I hope the whole world sees that. And boy, you know,
question. I just asked Tommy that. Yeah.
I want to say that we can't. We can't. Man, Mike, it hurts my head.
Tom, you just spent an hour driving there to watch, what we watch, which is fine.
Yeah.
But then to walk by a guy that does the camera stuff and shows you a completely different press pass issued by the state police blew my mind. Blew my mind, dude.
And that means I will never get a press pass.
Well, you shouldn't be denied anything, Tom. And if you are denied, you should be given a reason why. Right? Like, because you're just trying to do a job.
Journalism. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so
what, Mike?
What?
We're talking
Thank you so much, Mods. Yeah. Good.
We're talking about stuff we shouldn't be talking about, but whatever. So might as well just throw it out there. So
no.
We applied for. Okay.
It's on Twitter, dude. It's on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter. So we applied for. Yeah, go ahead. It's out there. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So Tom applied for a press pass through the state, not the state police, through the state. And let me tell you something. It doesn't move fast. You're dealing with one person in an office on purpose. On purpose.
Yep.
It can be either faxed over or emailed over. So Tom, we got everything over there. Tom's a streamer. He's got so many content shows. He's got contracts for being on a docuseries. He has been published in magazines. Well, I'm just going to give you they denied him under a certain rule, and this rule was in violation of what they're actually talking about. That's the reason why I got a stay order until May 14th. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Basically. All right.
Yeah. So the rule they cited is the rule that they created for citizen journalism.
Right.
So
and
Mendoza's out of his mind going, what? So it's like 1.91 or something like that.
Yeah, if you have Mark Mendoza saying, and he's trust me, he's pissed off about the buffer zone too. Don't
Oh,
get me
yeah.
wrong.
It
And
adds to it.
we actually filed suit on behalf of Mr. Delgado for getting that thing ripped off his chest as well.
Yep.
So there's 3 lawsuits going right now.
So I mean, me and Mike were trying to keep that a little quiet, but it's kind of
Yeah.
hard when it's all over freaking Twitter.
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
But just so you know, we tried, we did it. We went the correct route. We
Yep,
filled out
yep.
all the documents. They were filled out properly, correctly.
We had senators and congressmen from Massachusetts make phone calls for us. We
Yeah.
had an unbelievable lawyer
Oh,
write a letter for us, you know,
amazing letter.
and
Amazing letter.
just a hard no. Stop.
And the reason they said no, they cited the rule that they
Right.
made for citizen journalism. So it's
Yeah,
backwards.
you know, GNH, you're right. You know what? We shouldn't keep this quiet. We should put it out there. This is not what they're doing to us, is completely shutting us down to report to you people and everybody
That's
around the
exactly
world.
right.
Right. What's really happening down here. And Tom went out to Mr. Hartman today, the sergeant up there, and he got completely shut down again.
Again. He got out of his car specifically to say, "You don't have any questions." Wow. So yeah, so we tried to get a press pass for you guys so that we'd be able to see Karen coming to court. I'd also
Actually,
put my name in for the lottery. I can go
here's the
inside.
other thing, Tom. Karen's the only one that can talk.
Yes.
She knows you. You're familiar with the case. She's talked to you before. So
Many
she's
times.
not gonna try to talk to Channel 5 and stuff like that, because God forbid her words might get used against her. But with you, my friend, might be a little different.
Because I let her speak for herself, and she does a
Right.
really good job at that, right? Whereas Channel 5 will clip it and maybe show what, 5 seconds, Mike? 6?
It's that,
If you're
yeah,
lucky.
yeah, unbelievable stuff. So I mean, you get a whole different taste of the content of what she's talking about instead of a clip of it for a little presser for the mainstream media. You get Tom walking with them, talking about what's really going on, you know.
But Mike from Justice Serve TV,
Yeah.
you cannot get more credentialed than that gentleman. And they denied him 3 times, Mike.
I know.
So when I went for the press pass, I knew at the beginning it was a long
Right.
shot. I knew
Right.
it was, but we took it. We took the shot, right?
You had to keep going though, because it's part of the process.
Yes, but there comes a point where you just can't fight no more, Mike. You just don't got it.
That's
Especially
when you hire.
knowing they control everything.
That's when you hire the lawyers.
Yes.
We keep doing what we do, right? And
Man.
we'll pay for the lawyers. We just pay for the lawyers because we're gonna get it, man.
Lawyers, man. Lawyer yesterday. Lawyers everywhere. Jesus.
Hey, you know, I get a bunch of lawyers in my family, so
Oh.
all different types. Not that I'm using any. None of them are involved with this stuff. Trust me, they have other stuff going on. But
all right, what do you think's gonna come out today for a bombshell? Yesterday, Terry Roberts lying.
Woodall at the beginning looked great in front of Brennan, and then he started to get torn apart, and caught these little stupid things about when he said Karen put her head down and rolled her eyes when she looked up at the hospital. He got eaten up for that.
I like when Yannetti says about your memory. That'd be crazy, huh?
Oh, that was a direct shot at Nuttall. That was a direct shot at Nuttall.
Yep.
Yeah, if your memory got better as time went on, would that be crazy? Yeah, that would. Okay. Remember that? Of course, Your Honor. Of course. Yes. Yes.
Your Honor.
So we're gonna have David starting off the morning. Hopefully, maybe Tom will be home by. Are you stuck in traffic again?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, Boston sucks.
Traffic.
Anyways, wouldn't that be Sean Thompson? Wouldn't that be unbelievable if the feds just come in with all their camos on and stuff and a couple suits, come in with just bracelets? Ooh. Guys, that's what they have done to us in here in South Africa. Thank you for standing up. Nervous on said Karen
There we
Kruger.
go.
Oh my God. Tommy.
What?
You got a lady in here from South Africa saying they're getting stifled down there. What they're doing to us, they do down in South Africa to these people all the time.
Really?
Wow. Yep.
I'm
She's like,
sorry.
guys,
Wow.
that's what they've done for us here in South Africa. Thank you for standing up and never let them silence you. And that's what happened to us. Well, thank you so much for that. That's nice.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. And that
Yeah.
is why we're here, right?
Mhm.
Wow. I'd be interested to talk to her. Like, what else? How do they get around it? Like, what do they do to fight it? Right? What works? What doesn't?
There isn't a day that I don't think about someone gets, arrests happening in Canton. There's not a day that I don't wake up and think that's going to be, it might happen.
Do you hear that beeping noise?
That's the courtroom, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I think.
Shelby is a bomb.
Is Shelby in the chat?
Shelby is.
All right.
Someone is. Thank you very much.
Well, they got up on the screen, yeah.
Yeah. So you guys like the tie? Do you like the tie today?
Can't really see it, bro. Well, at least if you got arrested, it would have looked good today. Oh, yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Mike,
Tom.
you could just for a second.
Yeah.
Karen Reed's accused of murder, and these people are all against her. How does she expect to win? Like, legit, that's a legitimate question. Does she think she's gonna win?
Yeah, because the truth is on her side, and they have it all via the TUI. The TUI's the key.
They care about the truth, bud?
No, they care about the conviction. They care about the conviction because that way there, everybody's safe.
Yeah.
Everybody's safe. And even if there's another mistrial, all right, if there's another mistrial, they don't go for a third time. Well, we tried. We're not going to do it again, kind of thing. And, we're going to move on.
Meanwhile, no one gets held accountable for John.
Correct.
That's bullshit.
Correct.
That's bad. We can't have that. No.
Right? That's the way I think of it. Like, so this is like, I don't know, man. It's just bothersome.
This is the part that chews on your brain, and it just chews on it. And you can't get it out of your brain because there's nothing else in it but that stupid problem.
That's right, buddy.
You know what gets me? Get me yesterday, and I was just looking. The Jeep in front of 34 Fairview. Was it there?
No. But they're making it be there to confuse people about discrediting the Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Danubio. So there's a little bit of doubt in that testimony when they skip there and they say there was nothing we saw. It was Karen. We pulled up behind her, then she pulled up again.
Right. Well,
the whole thing about getting hit and then standing up for 20 seconds or stumbling around makes no sense. It's just
yeah.
It's just this is getting worse and worse for them, in my opinion. And if this is how it's going to start off, I think we got this. We got this.
And I mean, you kind of got to give it to Hank a little bit. He's doing his job.
He's doing it better than Lally. Yeah, he's doing it better than Lally for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right. Brendan's he's not as dumb as we think, and his voice might be annoying, but the guy's got a plan, and the way he's jumbling witnesses is off the chart for me. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand why he's doing it this way, as opposed to having what Lally did with just the consecutive. Let's just start the day how it went through the whole day, and then how did you end up here? Like there was like his timeline was when it started from when basically when they found him, right? Let's use it from there, and then the whole as it just progressed from there. But you have Garrido showed up yesterday to testify about the phones. You had then he wasn't crossed like because he's gonna get called. He's gonna get called again for being a professional. What do you call it? Expert witness.
Expert
So
witness.
that's
Yeah.
that's where they're gonna go after him again. Yeah,
I
like
think there's a lot more coming, Mike.
Yeah. And the whole right eye, left eye thing too was a big deal. Big deal. I think, he was sucker punched, I believe. And then when he got hit in the head from behind or he fell on his head, it made it even worse.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's a lot that bothers me about that, but
what was the thing about Karen picked up her broken taillight?
Oh yeah.
Where did she put the broken taillight? Because those broken taillight pieces, I believe, are the ones they used to plant the evidence at 34. Because if Jen saw the pieces, she would have said something to Proctor. She's got pieces in her pocket of the taillight she cracked or broke into.
I don't think it ever happened that way.
But what was the other plan, Mike? What was the other plan?
Karen knew she cracked her taillight when she backed into John when she was leaving to go to Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yeah.
Then Jennifer comes outside.
Where's that ring video?
Gone. But then it shows up. Then the ring video shows back up later on that day when the Reed show up with Nathan and his father, and they all one drives away in one car, one drives away in the other car, and they're trying to say that's consciousness of guilt because Karen took her car home. What the fuck are you talking about? And she felt uncomfortable because no one was fucking talking to her, and everybody was looking at her like, we think you did it. And then to Paul to say in his interview with Christina Rex, we just knew by the way Karen was acting, we had a feeling. That's not proof.
Mike,
this what?
I hate talking about this, but people need to know that John sued his mother for custody of those children. Why would you do that? Because everything I've heard about John was he was a caring, loving type of guy that would step up, that did step up, right?
Right. I can't speak to that.
That type.
I can't speak to that stuff. I know nothing about the relationship between. I knew he loved his. I knew him and his father were close because they played hoop together. But
right.
I knew nothing about the mom at all.
Well, yeah.
It was not funny, but it was pretty telling when she was talking about her daughter. She cries, talks about John. She cries. Then she goes, and then there's Paul. He's over there.
Yeah.
he's sitting right over there. Not that I'm not taking any away from or empathy or sympathy. I just find it telling that this Paul. Yeah, you guys know who Paul is, right? Yeah.
Look at this BMW coming up, Mike. Oh, missed it. Orange. Very orange.
One? Yeah, was it a sedan?
Yeah, Mercedes. I think it was Mercedes. BMW. It was BMW. But bright orange.
That's a little much.
Yeah, and he's just sticking out a little bit.
A little much.
I wonder how the juries are taking all this stuff in, Mike.
Well, according to some people, they get perked up a little bit when the defense is speaking, excuse me, and then not so much when the prosecution's speaking, but I don't know.
Yeah, they did that last year. Like,
I mean, how can you not like?
When I saw the jury talk, when
right.
I saw the jury, they weren't interacting, but they were definitely focused on what AJ was saying.
Right. Right.
Versus Lally was gonna fight yourself to stay awake. That
It was tough, dude. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough with him.
He's married.
Who?
I can't.
A court starting, I think.
Hear ye, hear ye,
That
hear ye.
freaking car still bothers me. There was no car there.
Can we switch it over?
But why would they say it was?
In Dedham, within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance,
It's,
and you shall be heard.
Court starting, buddy. Yep.
Yeah, let me see if I can add it. Wait a minute.
It's already added. We're all good.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jury.
What'd you just do?
I have
Here we
to
go.
ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitman back in, please? Ms. Giannetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Yes.
Tommy, the volume's off. Right here at the bottom. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Well, you
Yeah,
testified
there you go.
before the grand jury regarding this 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am
Just
telling
need
you.
to widen the screen up a little
You
bit if you
swore to
can,
tell
guys.
the
I don't know if
truth
you
in
can.
2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today.
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital?
Tommy, we need to
Once you
widen
were
the
there.
screen. It's just
You
cut
remember
off.
that question,
If anybody can
right?
do that for
I
us.
do.
And your answer was, so
One of the
we,
mods, maybe.
after that, I helped
Thanks.
escort her
That's
down
okay.
to, they call it the psych hallway.
But the screen's cut off
where they had
halfway.
Room set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can fix it. Hold on.
You just had it.
to, I believe, give a
Bingo.
urine sample.
You're good.
She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir. To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms.
Your
Giannetti.
Honor, may
Ask
the
a
witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question.
Sir,
Answer.
answer the question that's asked of you, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times,
correct.
correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Right. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right. And direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in
He looks a little nervous to me,
2022.
guys.
That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold, even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow. when we were back at the
Let me
ambulance.
try this again, sir.
So,
because
Ms.
I-
Giannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a
Of
date
course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer, in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury
Okay.
stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left. When we left.
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to clarify.
Again, the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not trying to trick you.
Ms. Giannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was that-
just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statement, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentioned the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using, she might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
it could have been a different word.
Okay. You didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many
All right,
hours.
so again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
When you
He
were
just got smoked.
called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No,
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No,
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
no,
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No,
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
no, we do not write Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that of to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No. No.
Put your career on the line? No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set.
I don't know. Didn't go the way Brendan wanted it to go. Who's up next? Garino? Oh, no video, huh?
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
Oh!
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Okay.
Gene DeMoulis is on both the Commonwealth and the defense's witness list. I just saw Paul O'Keefe smirking back there again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This travesty. He's allowed to play those videos like that. Come on. It's crazy. Yeah, he's like over there smirking. Like, dude, come on, man. Yeah, there's Steve Nelson in the back corner right there. What he aged a little bit. Witness advocate right there with the tie, the blue tie. And no Aaron O'Keefe. No Mrs. O'Keefe. I don't even see Mrs. O'Keefe. Interesting. That was Turtle Boy. Gretchen Voss. And War Pig.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You just scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean DeMoulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Yannetti.
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know is this a fair and accurate depiction of what C.F. McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti.
No objection.
Thank you.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes,
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan.
Thank you.
No clue what this is going, where he's going with all this stuff. If anybody knows, please fill me in.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
This guy's my neighbor. He knew John.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Take this stand.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Yep, he's my neighbor.
Can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together, and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it would be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan.
And how about his niece?
Same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory move?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It
Was
was
it-
not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation? For
Yes,
the
there was
next
an
morning?
expectation. Yes,
What was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car and we were leaving. We're going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls were in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
Kurt Roberts, Carrie's husband.
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in the backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls
Who were the missed phone calls from?
from my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
He's torn up, man. He's good friends with John. They were close.
I was panicked
Why did you go to John's house?
because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes,
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door. And I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes,
Where are you going?
to my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Ask Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with them. Yes,
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
they did go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field.
correct.
And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes,
You saw how they interacted with each other. over that year period that you knew Karen?
Yes.
You saw how they got along?
Yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes. I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if, you know, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And
but in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
yes.
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so?
Yes, I guess if that's the time.
And you saw an affection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you'd
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
Correct.
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes.
laughing,
Yes.
happy,
Yes.
like a normal couple.
Yes.
No arguments.
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
No,
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
no, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Do you know that, sir?
No,
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but.
Thank you.
You follow it? All right, Mr. Cameron, you're all set, sir. I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
That was interesting. That was very. I kind of changed a little bit from last time around. You got a lot of sympathy last time because he's a good guy. He's got a great family. His wife's a nurse. Which will probably she's on the witness list as well. He's been in the union for like 30 years. Just a nice guy, blue collar. I have nothing bad to say about the guy at all. I walk by his house with my dogs all the time, every day. I don't really see him, so but I didn't know he knew John, believe it or not, if you can put that out there. Until he got called last year. That's when I found out. And then we've ran into each other a couple times and just a friendly hello, and that's it, you know. But I've never heard him say that before. That's new from last year. I don't know. So, yeah. I was always like he was forced to say that there was a little bit of jealousy because Karen didn't like other girls around him. I mean, he's a good-looking guy, but I mean, damn. I mean, where he's 40-something years old, Karen doesn't get jealous. I don't know any women, you know, that are confident like Karen Reed. Think about that. The confident Karen Reed doesn't need a man, but chooses to be with the person, right? Some women that need a man for either emotional, financial, whatever support in their life, you know, I can see the jealousy happening like that. But when you have a woman that's self-made like Karen Reed was, she doesn't need John. She can make it through life without any man. And she had up to this point. My point being that she chose to be with John, you know? In my opinion, Mike's speculating a little bit, and maybe he was getting told to maybe steer it a little way. I'm not going to start anything with this stuff, but everything might be true too. You know, hopefully it is. But I don't know, man. It's tough to put someone up there. He was like one of the last ones to see John alive, you know, that was friends with him. You know, imagine if he, you know, imagine if his son didn't get a hockey stick in the face. Imagine if, you know, he was there late. Like that goes through his mind. You know, Mike's home thinking about, just imagine if I stayed later, things might have changed. Maybe we wouldn't have gone to the waterfall. Maybe we would have called it a night. Who knows? So many things you could say. But it sucks. I feel bad for the guy. He lives literally. I can hit a 7-iron to his house from my house. Yeah. He lives down the bottom of my road. Maybe 6-iron. So yeah, sure. You know, hardworking dude. I walk the dogs very early in the morning. He's out of the house by 5. Yeah. Yep. And he's not. He wasn't born here. He was born in like Milton, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody says that John was a catch. I guess so, but single dad, right? Good job, tall, lean, athletic type looking. I don't know. Who knows?
May I?
Please.
I'm going to recall Nick Garino.
Okay.
Game on.
Follow, please.
So you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in the room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Garino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes. So with all the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep. So in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data, the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. move this as an exhibit, please.
Okay. So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we have the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Consent.
okay.
No objection.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
I move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 24.
Alessi will be doing the cross, yes.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have just a brief moment, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of them?
Compare them, what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Couple of claws are getting cracked open. Sidebar. So yeah, Bob's gonna take the cross because this is a state expert. If I'm right. Bob's already in his head. Look at him. Look at him. I did. Let's go a couple rounds. Let's go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite. You match their data, pull up all of their conversations.
Yes, that's
Right,
correct.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
25.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
To evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
26.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Lessie?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
27.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And could you tell the jury what it is?
it's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone's she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
28.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes,
That's fair to say?
yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
29.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes.
That's a report you created.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I can listen to evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
30.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Kerry Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
So we'll get some evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Exhibit 31.
So do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you make that report?
Yes, this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. And we'll get some evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 32.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay.
Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now. And we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour. We'll see you then.
Wow, you back? All right, man.
Yeah, I can't see what channel she's on. What's channel 25?
Yeah, she's on Fox. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
let me pull that up first.
All right, I'll be back in a couple. Okay. You got
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
All right, man.
What was I doing? Hold tight, folks. Okay, let's see what the chat's going on. Remove that. There we go. Got the coffee brewing, guys. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm working on something, hopefully. Mm-hmm. Okay, I took care of that. So, you guys. Oh, Melanie, thank you. Joey. Mary. Catherine's here. Good morning, Catherine. Coffee, RBA, you've never tried? Never tried coffee? It's good. It gives you a little bit of energy. So what in the chat, what is happening at the courtroom? My buttons work. Kinda. There we go. No, he's on there. Why isn't he on there now? There we go. Oh, I'm messing this all up. This is not good. There we no, I don't know. Hank is holding down the pace of the case. All right. They're on break. Yeah, Gail, get that taken care of. Matter of fact, thank you, Gail. You missed me at the courthouse? Unfortunately, there's nothing going on at the courthouse. That's the thing. Like, it's different. It's not the same. I mean, right now we're just recording each other. Karen drives by and that's it. That's all we get. And the troopers aren't making it any easier. Oh, but that said, I'm gonna be on Justice Served TV at 12 o'clock, and I have to touch base with them because I haven't even talked to them. This was all done over chat here. And you guys heard about yeah, I know the guy that got arrested. His name's Bao. Yeah, I saw him get arrested. And I wonder if we can find that. I know there was a good video that Mazza made. But he's not there. Let me check. Let me check. No. I don't see it. Try Twitter. I'm sure it's there. It's got to be on Twitter, right? There's Eve. Yeah, Eve. That's the same guy that was driving around with Kate. It is. It's exactly the same guy. Yeah. Let's look for Bao. I can't get over she lied on the stand of the grand jury. That just blows my mind. And they don't do nothing about it. All right. Let's do this. Do, 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 do.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
How you doing? Get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh,
across the
what's
street.
going
Go.
on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
You cross the street, you're getting locked up.
Do you know what? Can you,
gotta keep moving. Okay?
can you tell me what's going on?
He knows what's going on. So he's messing with the cop. So you guys know. He's not a peaceful protester. He goes all around the country. doing this. And the stuff on his screen, people will pay. They pay money. So instead of getting a super chat, sound comes out of the speaker that's on his chest. So he can say, I didn't do nothing, you know, but somebody in his chat has the ability to put sound through his speaker that's on his chest, just so you know. Let's get back to this. So he knows the buffer zone is in place because it was in place last year. And he was here last year. Hardman tells him to get out. Back this up a little bit. That's Hardman. That's the guy who arrested him.
Cool. Morning, Mike. How are you?
How you doing? Get back.
That's Mike Hardman. Told him to get back. You see right there? They're even talking about me here. I'm so famous. I love it.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh,
across the
what's
street.
going
Go.
on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
Across the street.
That's Jess right there, who's the sweetest girl in the world. She cares about justice for John, and she does so much for him. And I think that gets lost in all of this. What Jess does, because she does just an amazing job. I mean, and she's a hero. She's one of my heroes, for that matter.
Do you know what? Can you tell me what's going on?
Hey, trooper, deal with them.
Hey, can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply with you. I just don't know what's going on. I just got here. Yeah.
Case going on.
Yeah.
We got the defense and the prosecution coming, right? So time, place, restrict. We can restrict the area,
Yeah.
right?
I just got here. I don't know what's going on.
Order. We are restricting the order.
Huh?
You have another cell phone?
I
You got the QR code.
man,
right
I do have another cell phone. I just don't want to scan anything. Can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply to whatever you need me to comply
Yeah,
with.
so we just have a buffer zone, and because of the case, and
Yeah.
because of how well known it is, right? So we got a buffer zone, so we can
Yeah.
have a fair and impartial trial, right? So we have signs, right? There's going to be a sign.
Mike, fair and impartial, right? They control everything. How is that fair and impartial? How?
Right on that street, right? See where it says Old Fellows Hall?
Completely missed it, but I'll go read it.
Old Fellows Hall, like right there is where the buffer zone starts. Okay? So you got to move it. So you just got to move
He's
it
just
along,
explaining
okay?
it to me.
But you're not. So you're not talking. So you can move.
I mean, I just got here, man. I just got into town. I'll keep it moving. Yeah. Can you tell me what's going on? Yeah.
So you got a buffer zone. Right? So that's it.
What was that? I don't.
Kidding me right now?
Just keep it. I'm recording.
Seattle, take his property. Yep, keep moving.
That's fucked up, dude. Yeah.
He just got there.
He
Wham, he
literally-
fucked up.
Right, no, talk about.
He didn't know he
had-
never saw it coming. Hardman,
he had-
wham!
He just kept on asking what's going on. He just kept on walking.
Hardman just grabbed him and threw him to the ground.
He gave
He
him a
never
couple
saw it
minutes.
coming.
No.
One more time. You want to watch it again? So many times he says, I don't know.
I don't care.
Seen her before. Morning, Mike. How are you?
How you doing? Get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh,
across the
what's
street.
going
Go.
on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
Across the street, you're getting locked up.
Do you know what? Can you,
You gotta keep moving. Back behind the buffer zone, okay?
can you tell me what's going on?
Hey, trooper, deal with them.
Hey, can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply with you. I just don't know what's going on. I just got here. Yeah.
Case going on.
Yeah.
We got the defense and the prosecution coming, right? So time, place, restrict. We can restrict the area,
Yeah.
right?
I just got here. I don't know what's going on.
Order, we are restricting the
phone?
order.
Huh?
You have another cell phone?
You
got the QR code.
Man,
right here.
I do have another cell phone. I just don't want to scan anything. Can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply to whatever you need me to comply
Yeah,
with.
so we just have a buffer zone, and because of the case, and
Yeah.
because of how well known it is, right? So we got a buffer zone, so we can
Yeah.
have a fair and impartial trial, right? So we have signs, right? There's going to be a sign right on that street, right? See where it says Old Fellows Hall?
Completely missed it, but I'll go read it.
Old Fellows Hall, like the right there is where the buffer zone starts. Okay, so you got to move it. So you just got to move.
He's
it
just
along,
explaining
okay?
it to me.
But you're not. But you're not talking, so you can move. Guys.
I mean, I just got here, man. I just got into town. I'll keep it moving. Yeah, can you tell me what's going on? Yeah.
So you gotta.
Yeah, the jaws.
So that's it.
What was that? I don't.
Kidding me right now?
Just keep it moving. I'm recording too.
That is outrageous.
That's the auto. Take his property.
I'm leaving.
Yep. Keep moving.
Was he hit just in the background? She's giving him freaking work, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, he knew. They weren't playing around. Oh my. So let's do this. Where's this one? All right. Pull this up.
What did it take? A 15-minute break?
Yeah, something like that. This is 2 minutes. All right, we can watch this one. So, guys, here, this is some more of what me and Mike were talking about earlier. And this is Justice Serve. We'll play this clip. This is about the lawsuit, right in the buffer zone. And Mike, what else can we do, right?
In the trifecta of federal cases that have been filed in the buffer zone, I'll call them the buffer zone cases. We know that the protesters had their temporary restraining order denied. That has gone up on appeal. The reporter,
That's the protesters who carrying the signs against Canoni but weren't saying anything.
yes, we hate Judge C, is basically the thrust of their protest. Then the journalist with Tom, CPU, and I, that was the second case filed. We also sought a TRO, and the judge did nothing. Remember, there are 3 cases, 3 judges. The third case, Mr. Delgado, the guy that had his sticker ripped off, separate case. 3 judges, 3 separate cases. So ours in case number 2, we filed a TRO. Judge did nothing. Pocket veto, as I call it. Nothing. So we tried to join in the amicus. I like to say amicus. Sometimes I'll say amicus. How do you say it?
Amicus.
Like amicus? Yeah, it's kind of one of the,
amicus.
I will say it either way because neither one is cemented in my brain is the right way. I'll have to check it out. Anyway, this brief would allow us to tag along with the protesters' current appeal, which is now being reviewed. The federal district court said no, that's on appeal, and then the state, who are the defendants in these cases, they filed a motion to stay our case while this number 1 case and the TRO issue is pending. We oppose that. We want to force our judge. It's a woman. I can't remember her name. I apologize. But we want her to do her job and rule. But they're basically sitting back and saying, no, let's follow what happens in case number 1 with the protesters. So we are stayed from doing anything until May 14th. Won't affect what happens on the ground there. But just procedurally, that's where we are. We're not getting any relief until at least May 14th. It could be sooner if the appellate court on the protester case, if they rule before the 14th. The reason that the stay was put in place to May 14th is because briefs are due May 10th. And so they're giving 10 days past the date of the briefings to give that court a chance to come to a decision. And then we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out and trickles down to us poor little, reporter case. It's number 2 on the list.
Well, I think if you get arrested for being in the buffer zone
I wonder
while
how
you're
that
there
would impact
tomorrow
you.
or Friday, that could be an interesting issue, right?
Well, I do
that
know that Mark
there was
Randazza,
somebody.
our attorney, there was somebody arrested, Boa, and it was like Cher, just one name, I'm not sure. Yes, Boa was arrested, and if you haven't seen that video, you should check it out because it's outrageous. But Mark Randazza, our attorney, has already suggested the need to amend our complaints if, in fact, something does happen when Tom and I are operating in our news gathering capacity. So.
Right.
And that's that, guys. We're trying to get you guys the best we can. So applied for a press pass, and now we wait.
Yep.
In the meantime, I think I need to do something here. If anyone wants to send me an email, please do. CPUTOM@gmail. I share all the good ones with Mike, so Mike gets them too.
Okay.
I keep the bad ones.
Right.
Let me do this search.
Oh gosh.
Remember Hartman this morning?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a Freedom of Information request in. I'm gonna get all the footage. This is the Val Patrick. Here's another one. Check this out. I sent so many Freedom of Information requests to him, he never responded to them. So many that he didn't even respond.
Crazy world, man.
104 acres of a toxic contaminated dump site, publicly referred to as Parker Street Waste Site. Directive, assessments, contracts, soil sample results, soil analysis, as well as all communication internal to the state, Massachusetts DEP. Yeah. No, I got nothing on that one. But
go figure.
Cut and paste this. Copy. La la la. So, Mr. Hardman, what else? Court still on break.
Yep. They're not even gonna. Have they started the cross on Garino yet or no?
I don't. I think they're getting ready.
Okay.
How bad do you think that's gonna hurt?
I don't know, man. We'll see where it goes.
Would you want to be Garino?
No. Nope.
Court is taking a break.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, Mike, they shouldn't have arrested Bao.
I don't know, man.
He knew he shouldn't have been there. However, he's not from around here, and they know that.
Not my problem.
No, but they're really Mike. The troopers down there are really.
Yeah.
They're
I
edgy.
agree. Yep.
And it's not like you have to
They've been
you don't have to
bullied,
instigate them or anything like that.
Nope.
They're just there. It's a strange. Maybe it's like after a World Series or something, and you know something's gonna pop off. That feeling you get, like the minute
Yeah.
something happens, that feeling.
They should have signs up saying if you enter the buffer zone, you will be detained. That's put
simple.
it out there in black and white. If you walk into the buffer zone recording anything, you will be detained and everything. I don't know, something along cover their ass sort of things. Put it on some telephone poles so people can understand what's happening, not just be all of a sudden, hey, you were told 3 times to move along, you're coming with me now.
So the other day, I noticed this when I was walking from the buffer zone out front. If you go and park in the back, registry of deeds where you're supposed to park, there's no sign saying you're entering the buffer zone now. Like this is required.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any QR codes. I'm sure they have them because I was going to ask the trooper this morning for a QR code. He shot me down.
So they have QR codes posted somewhere?
Supposedly, I haven't seen them.
Okay, neither have I. You haven't shown any on film.
No, I would too. I haven't seen it.
Good, interesting idea.
Boom. Copy this one. All right. What's up with that chat? Chat. Mary, Dave, Joey, RVA, Trial 4, Sean Ellis. Why are they not letting you in? That's the judge. The judge said, no. Don't come on the stairs. Don't come on the sidewalk. Don't even ask questions.
She wants nothing to do with it. Well, you heard the young trooper say, we're trying to get a fair and impartial jury. I mean, fair and impartial court case, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's not his job, dude. You're not
negative. You're right. Absolutely so right in the money, Mike.
That's the court offices. Okay. You guys are out there to direct traffic and any violations that come up. We understand you're doing your job, but the way you explained it, I think was a little off. And if Bao just moved along instead of asking for an explanation, he would have been fine. If he just took the QR code from that trooper that offered it to him, he would have found out right then and there. Okay. But I think Bao pushed the limit. I'm not gonna lie. I think he pushed the limit. You would have
no, he did. He did.
When Hyman told you to leave, you turned around and were asking him questions as you were walking away.
Yes.
So you were complying, but you still asked questions. Bao stood there and asked 5 times. I just got dropped off. I don't know what's going on. Recording these guys. And the guy goes to him, do you have the QR code? Do you have another phone? And Bao goes, I do, but I'm refusing to scan the QR code.
Yep. Done.
See
Yeah.
ya.
No. Yeah. Bye.
All right. Okay.
Listen, I'm not saying that, but at the same time, right?
No. Yeah. It's
Listen,
crazy that we're even going through this. It's crazy that we're doing this.
Yes.
But you can't fix stupid. And if crazy is, then you got to figure it out for yourself. Bao obviously doesn't have the capacity to feel like he knows what he's doing, or he thought he knew what he was doing by just calling, hey, Mike, how you doing? When he first got there.
He knew right away. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Like he thought he was like, I'm in. Okay, Mike, I'll see you later. Get out of here.
First name basis too, right?
Yeah.
He knew.
No.
Yep.
Nope. Get out of here. And then he goes, Mike Hardman goes, trooper, help him out. The young kid walked over. The other trooper walked over. Hey, you got another phone on you? I do. Scan this QR code. I'm not going to scan anything, sir. What's going on? That's where he started to go wrong. That's where he started to go south. The other young trooper in uniform tried to explain to him in a civil manner what was going on as he's being escorted down the road, and Bao was not going down the road. He was standing there asking questions, and Hardman's watching it from across the street going, game over.
Done.
Game over.
Yes.
Right, wrong, or indifferent. They set the rules. They have the badges and guns. We can't do anything about it. Just play the game. This is the game they set up for us. Well, we'll have to play it within the out of bounds and in bounds. We're gonna play inside the grass.
Yep.
And if you go outside the grass like he was, now Jess was a byproduct of that.
Poor girl.
You actually talked to Jess down in the buffer zone when she got back in that whole incident, and she was shaken up.
Yeah, she didn't need to see that. She came down to now, Mike. She came down to peacefully protest.
Right.
And the only ones that are showing signs of violence are the state police.
And then you
Where's
had
the problem here?
Yeah. Then the protesters that were yelling out racial slurs or causing noise to get those protesters out of there for what do you loitering? You will call it now.
We call them distractors. Those
And
are
then you have more police presence by numbers than you do protesters right now.
Yes.
You have more people on bikes, undercover, stadies, denim, than you do peaceful protesters.
Yes.
And they're all getting paid.
A lot of money too. It's sad.
So
It is.
Just to have Karen's support, we'll call it, taken away from her. And do you think it's really gonna and in the big scheme of things, do you really think it's gonna affect the defense any less or anymore? Yeah, it's a great feeling to walk through that and you get pumped up.
Yeah.
But when you ring that bell and it's time to go, it's time to go. You know?
And again, like we're there. Why are we there? We're there because she's on trial for murder that they're falsely accusing her of doing, right?
Right.
That's why we're all here. Not to
cause problems.
We're supporting her. We're not here to raise a ruckus per se.
Well, you had all those guys that thought someone was going to jump out of the grassy knoll. And they were running around with arm to arm and shoulder to shoulder, like they were like had the fucking president behind him or something. You know, it's like Jesus Christ.
Listen, there was a time, Mike, where who was it?
Well, that's why the state police are there.
Yeah, but this is the problem. They don't help. We were
I understand that.
We were walking
helping,
one time.
They're helping now. They're helping now.
Oh yeah,
right?
no doubt, 100%.
Right.
But we were walking one time, and there was space. Everyone was just walking, and then all of a sudden, it just collapsed. Like all the space that you had to walk, it was gone, and there's people next to you.
Media walking backwards.
Yep.
With camera in their face, and then people with the microphones on the side. I get all that, but they were still able to get in between the presidential guard, if you want to call them that.
Yeah.
Resistance to syphilis, wherever the fuck they are.
Yeah, no, let's stop that. No.
With their black shirts on, with big tough guys.
Listen, at the same time, I can see where Karen's view of all these phones and cameras just in her face as she's trying to walk through.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Yeah, no, it's no jokes, dude. That's the legit. I was there. It's a lot.
She can go in the back. If there's no supporters out front, she wants to. She can go in the back door.
So I said something about that to Nathan at lunch about changing the route so that she could walk and not have the trip and fall. Let alone her mother or father that walking the same, trying to get to the courthouse. So.
Right.
And it's human nature. All the news wants to get close, and the minute they say something, all the microphones just surge right in.
Why aren't they doing that around the O'Keefes? Why aren't they asking the O'Keefe family?
That's a dynamite question, Mike.
Why are the microphones in their faces? If Karen's a witness, right? Karen's a witness.
She is.
Those people are
any more than that,
and those people are witnesses too. Why are the cameras in Karen's face then?
I listen. I wouldn't.
It should
Mike,
be that way.
You're so right. I wouldn't put anybody in that position where the cameras are all coming at you, because it's a lot, dude. It really is. They talk about paparazzi. Man, Mike, people are just reaching out and she's shaking people's hands and stuff. And it's a lot. That walk from out of the car to the courthouse the people that were lined up. Mike, we have it, hours of it, hours of
I've seen it.
video.
I've seen it. But if you want to get around it, there's a way to get
Yes.
it. Like you could have the peaceful protesters out front and never see Karen.
Yes.
Come in the back door somehow through the whatever. They would never even that wouldn't even happen. And so would that take away anything from anybody? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But when Karen's walking down the sidewalk with her team, people want to see that. That's newsworthy, right? They
Oh,
want
yeah.
to see what's going on. So I get all that, but I mean, the on top of that stuff with the fake security team and all these people and giving kisses before you, I get why they're doing what they're doing, or Beverly wants that to stop. I understand that, but it's unconstitutional.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely is. Yep.
So
Listen,
that's
we
my
gotta
point.
thank Shelby for helping out this morning. Big hand.
Yeah. Yes. Like, if you ask me the question, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the answer. If you want to know how to get around all this stuff and the media on top of them, she can hold a press conference like she did at the front of the steps every day, but and it's someplace else.
You're
right.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, again,
she can drive. She can drive out of the buffer zone, pull over, get out on a corner somewhere in a parking lot, and have all of us around, and she can speak.
but then again, right? They'd use all that against her, even if she's, even if she, even if she wanted to come and say hi.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
Absolutely.
the freaking media, dude. The media, they're just horrible.
Right.
They really are.
The mainstream media makes
who gets the pass? Who gives them the freaking pass, Mike?
State police.
That's kind of funny.
It's fucked up, dude.
That explains why I didn't get it.
I appreciate your friend telling us that information too.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
It's gonna be interesting to follow that freaking rabbit hole, huh?
Well, I'm sure there's different ones. Like, you have a press pass for, like, let's say Ted Daniels. He's got access to the federal courtroom, Boston police crime scenes. And I'm sure there's ones for different levels of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying, guys. Me and Mike both really trying our best to get me in there so we can get you guys a little bit better.
And actually, we don't even want to. Tom doesn't even really want to sit where Aiden is. He just wants to be outside and talk to Karen. He can't even talk to the defense team. They have a gag order.
I can't even see him, dude.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go.
All right, so the court, please. Your attention.
So yeah, maybe one day, Mike, we'll have our own fan.
We should just get one of our dogs. I should just put it on my dog when we're not doing anything.
The dog cam.
Dog cam.
Dog
I think
cam.
it give people just a little less stress stuff, just a little.
Animals do that, especially good cats. When you hold a cat and they start purring, it's like, oh come on, really?
Right now, my dogs are on the back of the couch looking out the window, looking for a dog to walk down the road.
So they can bark at it. Hey, over
They're
here.
They're like cats.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
All right, I ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, asks to be marked for identification as well.
All right. Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents, trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and then at the beginning there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if you have another copy if you don't have it.
All right. I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Madam? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspell things or state things. Start time. All right.
Mike, look
So
how
no
big
different than
the book
format
is,
I had
Mike.
before.
His book.
All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12/21/36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12/21/59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12/22/51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12/31/28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12/31/41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12/32/06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We are all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, and it's cut off here, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the, so,
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder?
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Should I
At your
do this
leisure.
first? Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered at 1:00, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. For John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. The defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant. I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. The defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. The defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:07. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one, 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home, 4:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. Defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump, 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago, 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill, 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years, 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where, 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them, 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option, wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then, 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th.
Remember that name, the Currans.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. To the defendant, so you're going home tonight. 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why now you're not coming? 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant text from the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, 8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, the storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'll do it Monday. 8:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to. 8:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. 8:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. 8:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. 8:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave. 8:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji. He says, sure. 8:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, this time I'd ask us to release Trooper Garino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, he's subject to revenge.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor. You just leave it.
I got it. Thanks.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar? Okay.
Sure, Mayor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I have had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which is something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I have a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. Well,
I think
those are the things that she said.
You know what's happening right now, and Eden just pointed it out, is that the jury's getting to hear Karen Reed's testimony without her being on the stand. That makes sense?
Exactly. Yeah, 100%, without a doubt, dude. Right on the money with that. Yep.
And not being able to get cross-examined. This is a sneaky little. This is trial by ambush right here.
It's not good. Not good.
You know.
But you know what, Mike? Maybe the jury will see through this. Just maybe.
All right.
It's still more to come out too. Don't forget.
Oh, I totally with you. I'm just telling you what Eden just said. What I agree with him too.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I agree too. 100%.
Council assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day, won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like I can't tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable close. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by busing. I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to
Mike, what's happening? What's going on here, dude?
We're done for the day.
It's not even noon.
Yep. She's letting me go.
All
Why?
rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
It's like a dramatic pause for the week, you know.
She said something. I didn't know what she was saying, but they promised never happen again.
We're right up. She said we're right on schedule. Everything's going good. You know, today we can take a half day, enjoy it. It's a beautiful day out there. You know, get a stretch in, and we'll see you back tomorrow. And like, what the fuck?
Unusual. Very unusual.
Of course, it's right after the fucking videos.
All right. Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
I can address it tomorrow morning. I can consider
All right.
it.
We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All right.
We can have that discussion so that we can present tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I just like to know who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All rise.
What? Huh?
Tommy, I don't know what to say, man. I do not know what to say. It's her world, and we're just living in it, dude. This is cray. It's just this crazy shit, Tom.
I wish I had an answer, dude. I just don't know what to say. They could have pulled somebody else up, Mike. And the jury only gets to hear what they just hear right now. That's it.
Yep.
That's so.
I want to know what this tactic's called. You know, why they bring Garino in and let him do like half the day's texts, because you know after she drops John off at 34th Fairview, she's texting him again.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
When are we getting all those? You know, when his narrative leads up to it, I guess we just have to think. Wait for us again. Just wait for us. I promise. You know that David Unity speech from last year. Wait for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're waiting.
We're just seeing a different type of a prosecutorial steps in how they want this trial to run their way. As O'Lally was by the book, it seemed to be like it just went like in order of the way people appeared into as the day unfolded. This is like jumping around. You get the waterfall bartenders in there, but okay. So now Karen's saying in the video clips that she had drinks here, but Brendan's already called the general managers from both bars with really no direct examination about what Karen was drinking, right?
No.
Just who they were, the videotapes and all that stuff. And then
what was on the credit card receipt? That's it.
Right. Nothing, you know, did you have somebody come and take the videos? Okay. And then you have Garino talking, and then you have Karen videos at the end of it saying how much she had to drink. So what's the logic behind that? Like when the defense doesn't even get a chance to cross-examine or didn't want to at the time, maybe they're going to call them again. They're on both lists. Call them again and say, hey, you know, what are we looking at here? Or what are we looking at there? Why is it like not a drink there? Why is the bill like this? So that we haven't even seen any of that yet. So we haven't seen any rebuttal in terms of what he's saying, in my opinion.
Right.
You know, was it a win? I don't know for anybody here. I think it's a stalemate at this point because there's no rebuttal really today. There was no. The only thing that happened was Whitley got destroyed again. You know.
Oh. Wow. I'm just in awe, dude. I don't understand. We'll never. What she's gonna do is she's gonna say, "Mr. Jackson, you have exactly 20 minutes to do your close. That's it."
Right.
Wow. I sorry, people. Like, what do you say, dude? What do you say?
Yeah, like someone in the chat's going, you know, you wanted the jury to see 3 videos of this and then end it. People sleep on it, move on, kind of thing, you know. But interesting.
Wow. All right, I gotta go pop over on Justice Serve TV.
All right,
pal. Folks.
Have fun
tomorrow morning, my friend.
I'm not here.
I don't. Oh, that's right. I think I'm gonna stay here tomorrow morning and do it from here.
You gonna stay there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
you just proved a point. You can't really do anything to the 14th. I'll check in with you via text when I get out there.
Enjoy yourself, dude. Please enjoy yourself. You guys just go.
Yeah. We got them.
Awesome, my friend.
I'll talk to you.
Enjoy.
Bye, pal.
All right, everybody. Sorry about Miss Auntie Bev and Mrs. Laferio, Miss Nan Laferio. Thank you so very much for that donation. You guys are great. I guess we're going over to Justice Serve TV. So if you want to pop over there and see me, I'm going to be over there. We will catch you guys in the morning though. So hope everyone stays well, stays healthy, sleep tight. Do it again tomorrow. Have a great night. Thank you, everybody. Oh, thank my mods for the hard work that they're doing. And I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody that's here that hit the thumbs up and the like and the subscribe button. So that said, I love you all. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.